had to like take notes during the meeting? I assume that was part of my job. Okay. Okay.
My guest, please. I won't have time. Yes, I'd like to get this. No, I'm going to try to get this.
All right, let me go on time.
It is time to find your seats. You have about 30 seconds to get to your seats. Or we will assume you're trying to speak at a microphone. Good morning. It is time to call the meeting to order. I would like to begin by, normally we would send an acknowledgement to them, but they're here. So I'd like to send our greetings and acknowledgement to Bishop Kirk and Laura Smith. Thank you for joining us today. And we have another dignitary with us today, the President of the House of Deputies, Julia Ayala Harris. So thank you for joining us. I would like to introduce the fantastic diocesan staff who has made it possible for us to be here today. Dio staff, if you could stand up when I call your name, and we could perhaps show some appreciation after we have introduced all of them. Lori Birchmeyer, who is our Safe Church Administrator, the Reverend Canon Anita Braden, Canon to the Ordinary, the Venerable Amy Bryan, Archdeacon, the Reverend Canon David Chavez, Canon for Border Ministries, the Reverend Canon Timothy Dombeck, Canon for Stewardship and Planned Giving, Deanna Fair, Summer Camp Manager, Maria Felix, Administrative Receptionist, Serena Fuentes, Executive Assistant to the Bishop, Liz Hansen, Director of Finance and Property, the Reverend Canon Pam Hyde, Canon for Creation Care, Dawn Jackson, Assistant to the Canon to the Ordinary and Ministry, Casey Lytle, Human Resource Administrator and Finance Assistant, Tony Murdoch, Events Coordinator, the Reverend Canon Debbie Royals, Canon for Native American Ministry, the Reverend Canon Susana Santabanez, Canon for Hispanic and Latino Ministries, the Reverend Canon Janin Sadine, Canon for Children and Youth, Laurel Way, Director of Communications, and Nanette Dryowski, our Finance Assistant. Thank you, Dio staff. I call upon the Secretary to Convention to establish a quorum.
Thank you, Bishop Redall. We have a list of those who are present and entitled to vote, and I declare a quorum to be present.
Thank you. You're all still here. I would like to appoint Tony Murdoch as the registrar, which must have convention approval, so we are going to practice with your red and green cards. If you approve of Tony Murdoch being as the registrar, please indicate that by holding up your green card. Excellent. Thank you. She is so appointed. To the Committee on Credentials, I appoint Jim Hose, Carly Davis, Michelle Weaver, the Reverend Allison Cornell, and the Reverend Dan Tanamonico. As inspectors of election, I appoint as head tellers Kathy Jackson and Eileen Veach, and then Dawn Veach, Beth Brulette, Sandy Bryant, Kate Daniel, Laurel Way, and Christian Rodriguez as tellers. I appoint Don Bivens as the chancellor, which also needs your approval, so please indicate your approval of that by holding up your green cards. That is so appointed. I appoint Canon Clark Gregor as the vice chancellor and the Reverend Canon David Hedges as the parliamentarian. As historiographer of the diocese, I appoint Maria Felix. Now I get to switch microphones. So follow Jesus, grow in faith, walk in love. Siguiendo a Jesús, creciendo en fe, caminando en amor. Our new mission statement as a diocese both describes and guides everything we do. And as one example of that, I believe it's the work of the Holy Spirit that the diocese would be brought together this year for a diocesan convention about becoming beloved community. The vision of racial justice and racial reconciliation and racial healing proclaimed by so many leaders, from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to presiding Bishop Curry. We've gathered here in Tucson at the El Conquistador Resort. What a name. There's a lot of history in it, a lot of meaning down there. Some of it obvious, some of it way deep down under the surface. What an opportunity to reflect and acknowledge. How are we allied with conquerors? How are we allied with the conquered? How are we allied with Jesus, the one who conquered not earthly enemies, but death itself? And to ask ourselves, how might this reflection and this experience help us to follow Jesus? How might this experience help us to grow in faith? How might this experience help us to walk in love? What do you hear in your heart when you hear El Conquistador in this context? And look around the room. Do you see people who hear something different than you do? The work of dismantling racism and becoming beloved community is central to the gospel of the Jesus who is consistently calling those who have been overlooked, oppressed, and marginalized. And it is work that is precisely designed to help those who might not have noticed the name of this resort to have a greater awareness of everything that underlies it. And for those who immediately grasp the meaning, to give greater safety, that your insights and experiences and trauma are not alone and not unrecognized. There is no perfectly sinless space in any of our churches or in any of our conventions. So we must learn to live in that space, speak the truth, listen, and repair where we can. I'm so grateful to the Reverend Monica Whitaker and Sarah Dechter for their continued work as chairs of the Anti-Racism Committee in implementing the training developed over the past 2 years. And as a way of demonstrating our own commitment, Canon Anita and I will be leading an anti-racism training on January 18th and 19th, which is a Wednesday and Thursday, to try to continue to improve its accessibility to lay and clergy employees who are not available on weekends. Thinking about the wider church, and there has been a lot of wider church experience this past year. Arizona's deputation to General Convention presented their reflections at the 2022 convention during one of the workshops yesterday, and Dean Troy Mendez will be giving a brief summary this afternoon. But I will say that for me, it was an intense introduction to the legislative process of the Episcopal Church. I had read all about it in the canons and learned about it, but I'd never actually been there. I'd never been a deputy to General Convention before, so it was essentially all new to me. And I was impressed. And I was impressed that we could do it in 4 days rather than 10 or 12. I look forward to going again in 2 years and getting the full experience, because the General Convention this year was a little bit like all the business and none of the fun. But we will be back. And one new piece of information that's come out of the General Convention, where after convention they make a variety of appointments, is that I have just been appointed to the Standing Commission on Liturgy and Music for the Episcopal Church. I'm somewhat surprised by that appointment. I don't have a PhD or anything like that, but I'm looking forward to the work, especially as the convention passed a first reading of an amendment to the Constitution of the Episcopal Church, which, if passed on a second reading in 2024, would create the capacity to add approved liturgies to the status of the Book of Common Prayer without revising the entire book. And that is a path towards having a gender-neutral or same-gender marriage liturgy that has the canonical, theological, and disciplinary standing of the liturgical forms in the Book of Common Prayer. That is a good thing for the sake of the gospel. And it's work that I am dedicated to and honored to be part of. Without much of a break after General Convention, I headed to Canterbury for the Lambeth Conference. Might there be opinions about the Lambeth Conference here? Attending the Lambeth Conference was an amazing and exhausting experience on every level, and I've spoken and written about it quite a bit. Deep prayer, deep listening, and plenty of ecclesiastical drama to keep us on our toes. And out of that conference came, as most of you are aware, a new friendship with Bishop John Oringa of the missionary Diocese of Kisii, Kenya. Our conversations after Lambeth have continued and identified that he has a primary struggle that he believes his clergy would be better equipped to serve if they were paid on a regular basis. A sentiment I agree with for our own clergy. He has 15 priests in his diocese, and a good salary is about $160 a month. So I had put out the call in an epistle a month or so ago, and this week we transferred over $8,000 to the Diocese of Kisii for clergy salaries, which is a really good start. I would love to raise another $20,000 to pay for the rest of this year's salaries, but it's a good start, and it's a good friendship to keep going on. Thank God for WhatsApp. We also have a list of 7 or 10 people who are very interested in visiting Kisii in 2023, and 2 members of the Church of the Nativity in Scottsdale, who I think are here today, who have added Kisii to a pre-planned trip they had next month to Kenya to visit Scottsdale's sister city, which is comparatively close. I don't know what this relationship with the Diocese of Kisii will look like in the future, but it is good to have a new partner and new relationships across the communion as a way of getting the best out of Lambeth that it has to offer. You'll hear later today a video from Bishop Ricardo Gomez of the Diocese of Western Mexico. He was supposed to be here, but his visa was stolen, and he got stopped at the border yesterday and wasn't able to enter the US. A new friendship with Kenya in no way is a replacement for or competition with our companion diocese relationship with the Diocese of Western Mexico. And I'm grateful to all of the congregations who have been working over the past year to establish parish-to-parish relationships with some of the congregations in that diocese. We have much to learn from them about evangelism, church planting, and being incredible entrepreneurs for the gospel. Closer to home, I'd like to provide an introduction and some context to the presentation on the Statement of Financial Mission that our treasurer, Susie Mortensen, will be giving shortly. When I became your bishop in 2019, I could see a financial challenge on the horizon. We had a $3.9 million budget, exactly like we're proposing for 2024. Our budget has essentially stayed the same size for 5 years. But in 2019, over $600,000 of the diocesan income was being drawn from 2 funds that were designed in some sense to run out of money eventually, the Alleluia Fund and the Neely Fund. There is still money in both funds, but we have to be more mindful about how we use them and using them for their intended purposes. So we have worked over the last 4 budget cycles to move most congregational support into the operating budget rather than relying on those external sources of income. Partly because those sources of income were dedicated to church planting, and most of the congregations that we were being supported were not essentially church plants. At the same time, our direct support to congregations has grown, partly due to COVID, partly due to increased costs. In 2019, including those restricted funds, the diocese budgeted $857,000 in direct congregational support for missions and church plants. In 2023, that number is $939,000, which is an increase of $82,000. We have at the same time reduced our reliance upon the Alleluia and Neely funds by about $400,000. In simple terms, away from the numbers, we're spending more with fewer sources of income. This year, there are 65 worshiping communities in the Diocese of Arizona, and of those 65, 27 received some sort of financial support from the diocese for their operating budget. That support ranges from a couple $1,000s to paying the full salary and benefits of a clergy person, and the communities supported range from small rural congregations to church plants, to college chaplaincies, to vital urban congregations who worship in a language other than English. But essentially, from the time I became your bishop until now, we're supporting more congregations for more money with fewer sources of income. And that's in a context in which hiring and maintaining diocesan staff is also more expensive, and a period where the diocesan staff, exactly like life in our congregations, are finding ourselves asked to do more with fewer resources. So some things are going to have to change. And the height of the pandemic was not the right time to make those types of adjustments. The diocese does have reserves, and we did and do draw on them for mission in our congregations. But the budget process this year, led with a wonderful spirit of inquiry and competence by our treasurer, Susie Mortensen, and our new director of finance and property, Liz Hansen, brought the three of us, and then the finance committee and the standing committee, to realize that 2023 needs to be the year that we make the changes that have been on the horizon for a while. By the end of 2023, looking towards the 2024 financial statement of mission, we're going to need to make about a $500,000 shift in our budget to be on a sustainable track. And we can do that either through raising additional funds or by reducing expenses, probably some of both. There's no fluff in the diocesan budget. To make that type of shift will mean that it will be felt directly in a couple congregations. It will be felt on my staff. It will be felt in the diocese as a whole in terms of what we are able to do and provide and support. And I can see how some of this is going to happen through attrition and changes that I know are happening in the next year. But I can't see how all of it is going to happen. It's going to take work and deep conversation with our ministries and our congregations and your standing committee to see the path forward. And I say this to you today not because I want to instantly throw every single mission into a panic. I went to diocesan convention and I heard the bishop say she was going to close every mission. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that some congregations are going to need to work to live more within their means. Really, all congregations probably need to do that. We are not going to wholesale abandon any of the ministry we support. Rural ministry matters in this diocese. So does campus ministry. So does urban ministry. So does planting new congregations. Based on the conversations we've had about the budget so far, I expect there may be conversation during the discussion today about a desire for parity between our racial and ethnic ministers. We have a canon for Hispanic and Latino ministry. We have a canon for Native American ministry. How do we recognize Black ministry and other groups? That is a worthy question, and one that begs a fuller conversation not just about the budget, but also about ministry in general. How do we identify and name ministry that is centered upon a particular racial or ethnic group, one that has been marginalized, but that does not do so in a way that inherently defines that ministry as something outside of standard Episcopal ministry? What I want for us very much not to say is that, for instance, there is normal Episcopal ministry, and then there's Native American ministry. Native American ministry and Hispanic Latino ministry and Black ministry and Asian ministry are all part of Episcopal ministry, and the Episcopal Church does not minister fully when we do not do all of them at the same time. So I welcome the discourse today and ideas of how best to achieve that vision. In the diocesan staff personnel, every year seems to bring a few staff transitions, but at this point I would kind of like to stop all of that. I'm so grateful to have this team that works together for the gospel. Canon Kathy Black retired earlier this year, but by the time she did so, we already had her responsibilities pretty much covered by other staff members. No one could be Kathy. This year, the Reverend Canon Martir Vasquez stepped away as the canon for Hispanic ministries, and the Reverend Canon Susana Santabanez has come in as the newly named canon for Hispanic and Latino ministry. Archdeacon Sarah Getz was called back into the parish, and Archdeacon Amy Bryan has risen to the challenge, though she's out on maternity leave at the moment. When I was at Executive Council's meeting on Monday, telling them about the Diocese of Arizona, somebody asked me about deacons, and I said, well, our archdeacon would have been here, but she's out on maternity leave, which is a statement that is probably unique in the Episcopal Church, but says something about the commitment of this diocese to greater diversity in the diaconate. Canon Bill Potts moved to the Diocese of Utah, and the Holy Spirit led us to Liz Hansen, our new Director of Finance and Property. With Liz's skills, we no longer needed the accounting position we had budgeted for, but we did need a human resources professional, and she brought Casey Lytle to the diocese. Maria Felix joined us this summer as our receptionist and archivist, and I'm so happy to have Susanna, Amy, Liz, Casey, and Maria on the diocesan team. A couple other personnel things. Last year's convention passed a resolution calling upon us to update our employee handbook with current best practices that would be standard for all diocesan staff and missions and provide a template for parishes. That is important work, and I'm grateful to Canon Anita Braden for taking the lead on organizing the task force to do it. It is work that, shall we say, proved more and more difficult the more we got into it. Over the summer, it became clear that update needed to turn into start from scratch. I will also point out that it is work that pretty much every diocese we reached out to asking, do you have a good employee handbook that we could model ours on? Responded by saying, no, but we'd love to use yours once you finished it. The resolution required that handbook to be completed by September. In September, a draft was given to a legal firm for their input. So we didn't make the deadline, but that draft was given back to us this week with their markup, and hopefully soon it will be back in the hands of the task force and our readers so we can send it to the standing committee for approval and implement it. Other policies that have been completed are the new policy for the protection of children, youth, and vulnerable adults, which is tied to the new Safe Church, Safe Communities curriculum. And our medical benefits policy was updated and then withdrawn because of challenges with implementation. The ever-expanding costs of healthcare are a huge challenge for certainly the diocesan budget, and I have heard also congregational budgets, and we are going to work on trying to find what is the way that honors those who work and serve in our congregations and appropriately compensates them, and doesn't mean that churches have to choose between hiring someone or not based upon the costs of healthcare. The Diocese and Arizona State University have parted ways on the Best Skills, Best Churches program. I believe Best Skills, Best Churches has provided important training for our clergy and lay leaders over the last 6 or 7 years in nonprofit management, and I'm grateful to all who have contributed their wisdom and creativity in being diocesan responders to the ASU presenters. But hear me, while church leaders do need skills in the areas covered by Best Skills, the church is different from a nonprofit. We need skills in conflict management, but let's call it reconciliation and understand it as such. We need skills in marketing, but let's call it evangelism and understand it as such. We need skills in volunteer development,
but let's call it discipleship and understand it as such. I could go on, and this is very recent news for our office, so I'm not here today with a 3-step plan for what its replacement will be, but Canon Anita and I will be working with other leaders inside and outside the diocese to develop and utilize formation and fellowship opportunities for newly ordained clergy who are new to the diocese, and lay leaders. I am taking this as a gift to focus on different aspects of congregational development for congregations in the current landscape, and we will work on that together. One piece of that is that we've just received word that the Diocese of Arizona is one of 5 dioceses that have been chosen by FaithX for the initial Vitality Improvement Congregation for small congregations. This will enable 7 to 10 of our small congregations, which they define as having an average Sunday attendance of 30 to 70. So I know we have some small congregations that are smaller than that, but it will guide those congregations through a process of guided, data-grounded missional assessment and strategy development. I'm also grateful to the Reverend Sean Rutledge, Vicar of St. Peter's Casa Grande, who has volunteered to be our key diocesan contact person. Sean, Canon Anita, and I will be on a Zoom in 2 weeks with FaithX leaders to better discern which of our congregations will benefit the most from the program and better understand what leadership we need to make this worthwhile in each congregation. But being part of this cohort means that all of our congregations, no matter how large or small you are, will have access to the Congregational Vitality Assessment, which we already started using this past year, and which is a survey for congregational leaders to identify what areas of congregational life are vital and wonderful and you're doing a great job, and what areas of congregational life need some more attention. It will also give us access to MapDash, which is FaithX's demographic tool for understanding who is outside your church's community and what the best strategies are for evangelism in your neighborhood. If you had prior to this used Mission Insight, this is the version of that FaithX has. Once we get this up and running, we have to give them all our parochial report data first. We will be letting each congregation who wants their reports get them, so you can make wise decisions about your strategies for proclaiming the gospel. One thing that COVID has revealed to us is that no matter what way we gather for a convention, it always disenfranchises one group of people. A convention at a hotel like this disenfranchises some who find it too great of a commitment of time and expense. A convention online disenfranchises some who don't have reliable internet access. We are going to be guided by 3 principles. One is that no one group of people should always be the ones excluded, that we should continue to use technology to help connect our geographically large diocese, and also recognize that there is incredible value in meeting face-to-face as church. With all of that in mind, I'm announcing that in 2023, we are moving back to a hybrid convention. The business of convention will be done online on Saturday, October 14th, 2023, and we will then follow that by a 1-day in-person gathering for worship and formation at St. Barnabas on the Desert in Scottsdale on Saturday, October 21st. Thank you to the people of St. Barnabas for offering to host this. And to close, just a word of thanks. 4 years ago, you elected me your bishop, and I still look forward to being your bishop every day. At every wider church... At every wider church gathering, I am reminded of how grateful I am not to be a generic bishop, but the Bishop of Arizona. The ministry you are doing in your congregations, the ministry we are doing together, is never perfect, but it is grounded in love and faith. And I am so grateful that you are the people with whom I get to follow Jesus, grow in faith, and walk in love.
I call upon Laurel Way to give us instructions on the polling.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I've been running around like crazy, so I apologize if I'm a little shiny up here. We are going to do a practice poll for the delegates to get you used to using our V-poll. Christian, if you could do the next slide. Nope, not yet. Next slide. Thank you. There we go. So, all of the delegates should have received a Wi-Fi code upon entry with your red and green cards. If you did not, the Wi-Fi passcode is, the Wi-Fi is Hilton Meetings, and the Wi-Fi passcode is E as in elephant, D as in dog, A as in apple, and the year 2022. If you are having trouble signing into Wi-Fi, you can also use your regular cell phone data. We also have polling stations to each side of the room, and we will have some polling attendants. We will also have some people in blue vests that will be able to assist you. If you're having a hard time voting, just raise your red card, and one of the people in the blue vest will be there to assist you. So, on that note, once you get logged into the Wi-Fi, you're going to scan that big old QR code that's on the screen. Or you can go to www.vpoll.mobi. There's no .com, no .org, it's just .mobi. Once you log into that, you are going to type in your access code. Your access code is located on the back of your badge. The access code is the same for everybody. It is 202262. Bingo. All right. Once you have typed in the access code, it is going to ask for your voter ID number. That is also located on the back of your badge. If you receive any error message that says your voter ID number is invalid, don't worry, you're okay. It's going to be fine. Just go to a polling station. And one of the assistants will help you at the polling station. All right, so if everybody is in, I'm going to do a little practice test. So, Christian, if you could switch over. All of you should now see this on your cell phones. And we are asking, what is your favorite Arizona wildlife? Wildlife animal? Wildlife? Choose up to 3. If any of you are having difficulty, okay. Can I get a couple of volunteers to help with the... Or head to a polling station. We also have... Thank you, Serena. Oh my goodness, lots of red cards. Help is on the way. Oh, the polling session is 2022 voting session. It's the only option they have. It's the only option they have. Okay. Okay. And if our volunteers can please assist those with the red cards. Okay. We're still testing this all out. This is why we're doing this practice. We are going to give a few moments for everyone to be able to vote. If you are still having difficulty, there will be some volunteers to assist you, or you can head to a polling station. If you are having issues with your voter ID number and it is saying invalid, please head to a polling station. I'm at 241. So most people have voted.
Right, but people want to be able to.
Absolutely. I know. And our total number is 381. Okay. Hi. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. I just was informed if your number didn't work the first time, close out of it, reopen, and try again. Sometimes it takes it a minute. We got to get technology to catch up with us. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Tony, we're at 263. We're going to wait and try and get everybody. Can you have a polling stations? For those of you who are having issues with your voter ID number, we're just going to go ahead and tell you the secret number. That's right. For anyone who's having issues with your voter ID number, there is a secret number you can use instead, and that is 10101. Bingo! We're going to leave the polling open for a few more minutes so everyone has a chance to vote. Perry, we're at 277. 381 is our total. No, I'm sorry. 384. Yeah, is our total. Okay?
Are we ready? Because this is a practice poll, so
Yes. I know.
So during the voting for actual offices, I will certainly follow the state rules that if you are in line, you will get to vote. Given that this vote is for what animal is our favorite, I am somewhat less committed to enfranchising the entire convention in the interest of moving forward. Are we able to close the polls?
Can we give them one more minute? You would rather close them? Okay. All right. The polls are going to be closing.
And those of you who are waiting know that should this be for a real office, you will get to vote. But we're voting about scorpions. So,
All right, the polls have now been closed. If you did not get to vote, please return to your seats. And let's find out what everyone's favorite animal is. Not everyone. All right. Come on.
I declare candidates Roadrunner, Quail, and Cooper's Hawk elected.
All right.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you, everyone. We will
I
be
call
available.
upon
Sorry, go ahead. We will all be available to help with any issues that you have with your election. Thank you.
I call upon Drew Ryan to come up as the chair of nominations.
All right. Thank you. So, information on the nominees was sent to the delegates and the churches 15 days prior to. Oh, okay. Apologies. There we go. All right. Information on the nominees was sent to delegates and churches 15 days prior to the convention. So, with that, we will go ahead and begin with the election of secretary to convention. So this is, we are electing one person for a one-year term, and we received one nominee who is Perry Pauley. And if I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any nominations from the floor.
Move nominations cease.
Well, we don't need to move and second that. We close the nominations. If you would like to indicate your vote for Perry Pauley, please hold up your green card. Thank you. Perry Pauley is elected as Secretary of Convention for another year.
All right. Next up, we have the election of the Diocesan Treasurer. So there is one opening for a 3-year term, and the one nomination that we did receive was from Susie Mortensen. I will also open it up to any additional nominations from the floor.
Seeing none, the nominations are closed. All those who wish to vote for Susie Martinson, please hold up your green cards. Susie, you have to do it again for another 3 years. Congratulations.
All right. Next up, standing committee members will begin with the clerical order. We are electing 2 for a 3-year term, and we received nominations for the Reverend Allison Lee, the Reverend Erica Von Haren, the Reverend Gerardo Brambilla, and the Reverend Susan Armour. I will also open it up to any nominations from the floor. Looks like there are no additional nominations, and so we can go ahead and begin. Since there are more nominees than openings, with this one we'll go ahead and do it with our devices.
So Laurel, give me a sign when the polls are open. The poll is now open. If there are still people at the polling stations who are actively voting or waiting to vote, can they wave their hands? Okay, great, thank you. If there is anyone who has not yet voted because they were unable to do so, Laurel is going to go to the polling station over there and please help you. So to the convention, just know that I am particularly trying to make sure that every vote is counted in this election, because currently there has been a tie between the second and third people, which means we would have to vote again if we are not able to break that tie through voters voting now. So carry on.
Oh, no.
Laurel, are we ready to continue? Okay, the polls are closed. Woo! My understanding is that some people have got some new numbers, so next time we should be able to do this more expeditiously. Carry on for the lay order.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up, the lay order for the standing committee. There are 2 openings for 3-year terms. We received 1 nomination from Sarah Haas. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any other nominations from the floor.
I recognize the microphone over here.
I would like to nominate Bill Brotherton.
Is Bill Brotherton here to accept the nomination? From what congregation?
From Trinity Cathedral.
Bill, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
And please add Bill Brotherton to the nominees for the lay order of standing committee. Are there others?
I would like to nominate Jeffrey Stewart from Christ the King, Tucson.
Jeffrey Stewart, are you here and do you accept the nomination?
I am here, and yes, I do.
Thank you. So there we go. Next to that microphone. So add Jeffrey Stewart to the nominations from Christ the King in the center microphone.
I rise to nominate Dave English from All Saints Phoenix. It's not on.
Nominating Dave English from All Saints on Central. Dave, are you here and do you accept? You don't have to be here to accept, but you do appear to be here.
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. Yes. So Dave English being added to those nominees for the lay order of standing committee. For those doing the nominating, if you could first identify yourself, that would be helpful. Next to the microphone on my left.
Yes, Father Yanni from St. John the Baptist, and I would like to nominate May Sinclair from St. John the Baptist.
May, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I gracefully accept
Wonderful.
the nomination.
So May Sinclair added. We have. It's the loaves and the fishes, people.
Yes, it is.
Next.
I'm Anita Rowlands from St. Michael's and All Angels in Tucson. I would like to nominate Virginia Berkey.
Virginia Britton.
Yes, Berkey.
Can you spell that, please?
B-E-R-K-E-Y.
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 Thank you. And do you appear to be accepting?
Yes, I do accept the nomination.
Thank you. Are there any other nominees?
Looks like that's it. Okay, please take out your devices for the voting for standing committee lay order. Sorry, okay, please take out your devices for to vote for standing committee lay order. Thank you.
So the polls are now open for standing committee in the lay order. If you're having issues with voting, please go to the polling stations on this side, but you can use polling stations on either side. I feel like I'm an air traffic controller.
Next time. Got it. Okay. Sorry. Sure. Okay.
Are we ready to close the polls?
Okay.
No? All right, the polls are now closed. Congratulations. Oh, Jesus. So we're going to announce the results. One moment.
Oh, we did for this one?
Yeah, so we're going to announce the results, but we're going to need to do another poll for this between just the two.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll get it set up.
So we are going to announce the results first for the clerical order. Oh, shh. It is Arizona. And this is a very Arizona result. I will say, so as somebody who came to the Diocese of Arizona from another diocese, I was very pleased because to be elected to any office in our diocesan convention, you do not need a majority, meaning 50% plus one. You only need a plurality. You only need to be the top two vote getters. So do you have the results to show? Well, they didn't all get 0 votes. That's not what it says on my laptop. It says 0.
It says 0. Nobody voted. Nobody got it. Nobody. I apologize.
May I read them out per the tellers?
Yes.
Okay. Shh, please. There we go. So the Reverend Allison Lee is declared elected to standing committee. The Reverend Erica von Haren and the Reverend Gerardo Bambilla each have 147 votes, which means we have to vote again between the two of them. So we are going to give them a chance to set up that poll, but we will also then, before we do that, we will announce the results of the lay vote. Yeah, and so the Reverend Allison Lee is taken off of the next poll, and the Reverend Susan Armour is taken off of the next poll. The next poll is only Erica and Gerardo.
Do we need to do the lay results?
Let's show the lay results too, because you're gonna love it. Bishop Smith, has this ever happened before?
Give it just a moment, and I'll have the broadcast.
So the results of the election for the lay order for standing committee, candidate Sarah Haas is elected. With 94 votes each, candidates Jeffrey Stewart and candidates May Sinclair are in a tie. There is no election in that slot, so we are going to need a vote again for between candidate, hold on. Sorry, we're checking the rules of order with the parliamentarian. We had not actually thought that there would be a tie. Okay. So for the next ballot for the standing committee in the lay order, Sarah Haas has already been elected. The person with the least number of votes was Virginia Berkey, so candidate Berkey is removed. So candidates Bill Brotherton, Jeffrey Stewart, Dave English, and May Sinclair remain. So there will be 4, and you will vote for 1. Yes, sir. Please go to a microphone and identify yourself.
Joe Fitzgerald, Grace St. Paul's. Shouldn't it just be C and E since they're tied for second?
My understanding of the rules of order is that we have to eliminate the candidate with the lowest vote, but that we do not eliminate all of the candidates except for those with the tie.
Oh, thank you.
You can vote as you desire, obviously. All right, the polls are now open for the election of the one remaining seat for standing committee in the clerical order. Please vote. Well, we're definitely getting the hang of this, people. Do I have access to the new ballot? Yes. Where is it?
Laurel
we need your help over here. Laurel?
To my Are we ready to close the polls? We are. The polls are now closed. Yay! And can you show the results from your laptop? Yeah. Sure. I declare candidate Brambilla elected to standing committee in the clerical order. We will now have the vote for the lay order for one candidate, vote for one, among the candidates remaining. And the polls are now open for standing committee for the lay order. Are we ready to close the polls on this? There's a significant margin. The polls are now closed. Can we share those? I declare candidate Sinclair elected.
Okay. Next up, we are moving on to deputies to General Convention, and we'll begin with the clerical order. We are electing 4. The nominations received were from the Reverend David Hedges, the Reverend Hunter Riffin, the Reverend John Kitagawa, the Reverend Robin Hollis, the Reverend Scott McComas, and the Reverend Troy Mendez. I'll open it up to any nominations from the floor. Please do speak loudly and clearly into the microphone for any nominations.
Are there any nominations from the floor? Yes. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Bruce Jackson from Good Shepherd of the Hills Church in Cave Creek, and I nominate the Reverend Canon Anita Braden.
I happen to know that she is willing and able to serve, so we can add her. Are there other nominations from the floor?
Looks like that's it.
All right, then let's open the polls for the clerical order for the deputies to General Convention. Please remember that you are electing 4. polls are now closed. I declare candidates Mendez, Braden, Kitagawa, and Hedges elected. Is that correct? Okay, moving on to the lay order.
Okay, next up, we have the lay order for deputy to General Convention. There are, again, 4 openings. We received nominations from Canon Clyde Coons, Cody Bro, Don Conley, Dan Packard, and Judy Conley.
Canon Judy Conley, who is a member of Trinity Cathedral, not St. Peter's Litchfield Park.
And I open up the floor to any other nominations. Looks like there are none. We can go ahead and begin with the voting.
The polls are now open. The polls are now closed. Look how much we've learned over the last little bit. Okay. All right, so please show the results of that election. I declare candidates Conley, Coons, and Packard elected. We are going to break for lunch now. Please stand for a prayer. And we will reconvene. So for those who registered beforehand, I'm just going to do the announcements. For those who pre-registered for convention, sack lunches and beverages are available in the Presidio Ballroom. Go out the convention hall doors and take a right. It is the large ballroom right down the hall on the left. Tables will be set up for you to sit and enjoy. The exhibit hall will reopen during lunch. Last chance. We will reconvene at, let's try for 1:15 to get going. So 1:15 we will reconvene. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you have called us in the body of your Son, Jesus Christ, to continue his work of reconciliation and reveal you to the world. Forgive us the sins which tear us apart. Give us the courage to overcome our fears and to seek that unity which is your gift and will, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. A very lovely glitter iPhone was found in the ladies' room. If anyone would like to come claim it, it's right here. We are getting ready to reconvene the business meeting, so if you can please take your seats. And again, a beautiful glitter-backed iPhone was found in the ladies' room. If anyone would like to claim that, please do so. I couldn't look at it. You're welcome. Yeah, now I can. All right, I call the convention to order again.
I think I'm going to just leave this.
And I call upon the treasurer, Susie Mortensen, to present the 2023 financial statement of mission.
Okay. I asked Kelly Wood to come in here with cookies from Chapel Rock to amuse you or make you happy while I talked about the budget. But, oh well. You got cookies at lunch. Okay. All right, can you hear me now all right? Okay, great. First of all, I want to sincerely thank you for re-electing me as your treasurer. I am... I am truly honored to serve in this capacity, and I will give it my all, I promise. I also want to thank Bishop Rettel for the wonderful introduction and laying the groundwork or setting the stage for the 2023 Statement of Mission. It's a challenge, and I think with patience and prayer and a lot of hard work, we're going to be where we need to be when we get to 2024. And finally, I want to give a huge shout out to our new Director of Finance and Property, Liz Hansen. I know that many of you have expressed to me how excited and thrilled you are to be working with her, and I can tell you that I am at least that thrilled and excited she started at the diocese basically on June 1st, and by the 1st of August, not only was she doing much of the day-to-day work that has to be done at the diocese relative to finance and benefits administration, she also put together the first draft of this budget, which, wow, it was really it's just, I'm so happy. Thank you, Liz, for joining our team. Just my traditional note of explaining that this is, it is not a budget per se, it is a statement of mission, because it truly represents what the diocese mission is in terms of the numbers that we are planning to earn and spend in the next year. And so we want to make sure that the numbers we're presenting before you support the mission of the diocese. So our key goals for 2023 are to continue to support our churches and missions as they grow Christ Church and become the beloved community. To adequately support our clergy and staff with reasonable wages and benefits, and to address the needs of the community by continuing to support the efforts of our various ministries, including, and not to say this is all of them, but our border ministry, our care of creation, our social justice ministries. There's so much good work that we are doing in this diocese and that you are doing in your churches that we want to make sure we continue to support all of that. And of course, we want to identify new revenue streams to help to continue to provide the support that we have been doing. So a few of the highlights here. Staffing costs for the diocese represent about 55% of our total spend. And we want to make sure that we are paying fair and equitable wages to our clergy and lay staff so that we can be certain to attract and retain qualified people. We made just a couple of significant adjustments this year to two positions. So Bishop Rettel reminded us that she began employment with us in January of 2019 after her election at the Fall Convention of 2018. And in that time, as I worked with Clyde Kuntz and the Standing Committee, we realized that she had not received an increase since she had started with us. I think she deserves an increase. So we looked at what we had given staff over the past 4 years, and basically we matched that. So what the staff had generally received, which is somewhere between 6 and 12%, depending on, and that was over a 4-year period, we offered that to Bishop Rettel. So her increase was basically about 8.4%. So that is well earned, and we're honored and happy to pay that. Also, when we're looking, similar to how we look at clergy compensation and ensure that our clergy are being adequately compensated relative to what CPG recommends and what other churches in other dioceses are paying, well, that is the same with our Canon to the Ordinary, Canon Anita Braden. And in looking at what her pay level was and what other canons to the ordinary are being paid, we were a little short there also. And once again, working with the Standing Committee, we decided that we needed to increase her salary also. All other staff received, who had been in their positions for over a year, received an increase of right at 2%. And let's see. As Bishop talked about earlier, talking about health benefits and some of the things that we're doing there, the diocesan staff had previously been on the gold PPO plan, but we are moving to the silver plan, which is the PPO 70 plan, and which is what many of our churches are offering. And that ended up saving us approximately $58,000. And the benefits really are still very good. All right, hang in there. We're going to go through some numbers. So revenue revenue is projected to be $3,997,000, and this is just an increase of a little over $7,000 from the 2022 plan. Mission share is projected to decrease from $2.8 million in the 2022 plan to $2.75 million in the 2023 plan, which is a decrease of about $75,000. There is no change to the mission share percentage. It remains at 16.9%. So when we look at mission share, we carefully evaluate trends for the past few years and through August of 2022. And we are seeing that mission share is trending downwards, and so we are continuing to reduce our estimate for what we expect that to come in at. In the restricted and reserved funds category, this is increasing from $455,000 to $467,000. So we have a number of funds that are restricted for outreach and support for very specific purposes, many of which we do within our statement of operations. And so we will utilize some of those funds to support the work that we're doing. And as Bishop mentioned, the Alleluia Fund is continuing to diminish, and so we are reducing the use of those funds. And the use of the Neely funds remains about the same, but we've been paring that down also over the years. Other income is increasing by $70,500. So we recognize that we need to develop some new revenue streams, so we have added a line for fundraising for 2023, and that's a projection of $50,000. Fundraising efforts will be aimed at raising funds for mission support and and continuing to support our churches. Endowment income is increasing by $66,000. Since we first went with Northern Trust in 2013, who is our investment manager for the majority of our funds, our average rate of return has been just under 7%. We are projecting an increase in event registrations, including clergy conferences, lay leaders retreat, and various other camps and retreats that are available, as we seem to be turning the final corner, what we hope, on the pandemic. We do expect more in-person gatherings where people will be able to come and enjoy the beauty of Chapel Rock and wherever else that we are coming together to further our mission. Grant revenue is decreasing by $32,000. We've identified grants for border ministry, Church of the Four Winds, but last year, I always get mixed up on years when I'm talking about next year, this year, last year. In 2022, we had a communications grant, and that one has finished up, but we continue to search for grants that may align with our goals and needs. On payroll processing fee, we receive, that's showing a decrease of about $24,000. So we receive payroll processing fees to partially cover the cost of managing the payroll for a number of our churches, which I think we are processing payroll for about 27 of our churches. And frankly, the 2022 plan was overstated. So the 2023 estimate is more in line with what the actual is. Okay. I think we're on the next. There, a picture, yay. So I love presenting things in pie charts just because sometimes it's hard, when I'm rattling off numbers, it's kind of hard sometimes to see the big picture. And a pie chart does, I think, a really good job of helping to lay that out. So this pie chart shows the various sources of revenue that we expect to receive in order to fund our objectives and to continue the work of the diocese. So the biggest pie in there, the biggest slice is mission share, and that's at 69%, followed by endowment income at almost 10%. Funds from the Alleluia and Neely funds are making up 6%, and miscellaneous income is just shy of 8%, and other restricted funds and grants are at 5.6%. And you see the little bitty tiny sliver of fundraising, that's at 1.3%. Watch for that to grow over the years. Okay, moving on to expenditures. So expenditures were also projected to be $3.997 million. This is also an increase of $7,000 over 2022. Expenditures are, the broad category that we have of ministries and programs is increasing by $22,000, and that's from $787,000 in 2022 to $809,000 in 2023. Adult education is increasing by a significant amount, by $52,000. So again, as I mentioned with the revenue, we have a few more events planned with expected higher attendance. And so it's really in line with the revenue that we're projecting. Campus ministries is decreasing by $15,800. So we're discontinuing our support of the ASU Polytech campus ministry. That seems to have served its purpose, and we'll be focusing on the 3 remaining chaplaincies at NAU, ASU, and the U of A. Children and youth, this was previously 2 separate lines in our statement of mission, but we have 1 canon for children and youth, and it seemed to make more sense to her to have that line combined. So with Jana's recommendation, we combined that line. In 2022, these were both budgeted at $18,000 for a total of $36,000. But Jana feels that the estimate is more reasonable to be a little bit lower, and which I can't read the number because this is too small and that's too far away. So you have to read the number, what it's decreasing by. But I know it's about 7,000 lower than where we were in 2022. But I'm really excited to share with you that both the national and international Episcopal youth events will be occurring this year in the 2023 year, and we've included funds to support attendance at both of those events. Included in the other programs line is the mission share rebate. This is decreasing by $10,000 from the 2022 estimate due to the decreased mission share income that we're bringing in. The rebate percentage remains at 1.25% of your assessable income. So diocesan clergy, there we go, thank you. Diocesan clergy and compensation. We've already touched on that a bit with talking with the changes to Bishop Rettles and Canon Anita's salary. But as I mentioned, we have also included a modest the modest compensation of 2% for all other staff, and we are going to financially support our archdeacon. And so that's an adjustment that is increasing the amount of our salary expense and the clergy compensation. Let's see, and then under diocesan staff compensation, okay, there we go. That is, it's like, all right. It says to read the slide. Okay. So, what's happening with diocesan staff compensation is that there is a decrease. Oh, the wrong glasses. I really do need to get new glasses. Okay, thank you. Diocesan canon staff, as a bishop mentioned earlier today, the canon for administration, Kathy Black, retired in 2022, and so that's contributing to about a $22,000 decrease in canon staff. And our diocesan support staff, we had a vacant part-time position for about 2 years in the finance division, and when Liz came on board and I, was pulled in, and we were working a lot of hours and really had a chance to assess what the need was to adequately staff the finance department. We realized that we needed to have a full-time HR and benefits administration person. And when Bishop introduced everybody this morning on the staff, she called out Casey Lytle as our new HR and benefits administrator. I can't. Liz and I both are in total agreement on this. The benefits and the HR functions of the diocese and making sure that we are treating everybody correctly and handling their benefits correctly is critical. And it's important that we support it correctly with a really qualified person. And we're thrilled to have Casey on the finance team. Let's see. Okay, I can see this now. Oh, so benefits and taxes. The HR position is a full-time position, and since it's a full-time position, it qualifies for health insurance benefits, so that's part of that. And in addition, frankly, the 2022 plan for benefits was just a little bit understated, and so we think we've righted the ship on this number, and we're very comfortable with what we're presenting to you today. All right. Thank you for the flashlight. Okay. Okay, Governance and polity is really not changing very much, but I wanted to point out a couple of key changes within this category. We're projecting that our assessment to the Episcopal Church will decrease by $12,000 from $335,000 to $323,000. We are paying our assessment in full, and so I want you to rest assured that that's taking place. And the reason why it went down a little bit this year is mostly because they actually made a change in their calculation, their formula, and the change in the formula is what primarily brought that down. We also have an increase in the projected cost of the annual convention by $11,500. Mission in our congregations, again, we've talked about the amount of mission support we're providing, but we have a line called miscellaneous congregation support, and we're decreasing that by $30,000, and again, to bring that more in line with what is actually happening in 2022 and what we think will be happening in 2023. Other adjustments, the diocese provides varying degrees of support for a number of our missions and churches, and that net change is an increase of $8,500. And finally, support for our donor-restricted funds. We've already talked about that. Those are going down by about $30,000, both between the Neely Fund and the Alleluia Fund. Again, we are just getting people a little bit, pulling people off of that and putting them more into the congregational support that is in another line on the budget and not using, Alleluia and Neely funds. Yay, more pictures. Okay. So this is a picture of how we are supporting congregations, communities, and mission work in the diocese. Of the almost $4 million of our revenue budget, $2.426 million is going back out to churches, ministries, etc. So the biggest chunk is going to mission in our congregations. That's the 30.1%. We also are supporting children and youth at 18.1%. Mission share rebate is 8.2%. The greater church, 13%. Hispanic, Native American, border, social justice ministries, all those come together for about 11.1%. Care of creation, adult education, those are combined for about 6.5%. And priest and deacon support is at 4.6%. And this is the big picture of expenditures, the full $3.9 million, almost $4 million. Again, that support of congregations, communities, and ministry work is the biggest chunk of our expenditures at 60.7%. Diocesan support staff is coming in at 16.8%. Our operating expenses for the diocese, the utilities, keeping the lights on, those kinds of things, that's 11.9%. And the diocesan clergy staff is 10.4%. All right, questions?
So I call upon the parliamentarian to offer the rules for questions and discussion of the budget.
Thank you, Bishop. I will speak about discussion of the budget, but also about business in general as we move toward resolutions. First, if you have a question, it is appropriately addressed to the chair, that is the bishop, and the chair will call upon the appropriate person to answer the question. Each person may speak to a motion for no more than 5 minutes and may not speak, or less, and after that may not speak again until everyone else who wishes to speak has spoken, and may not speak to any matter more than twice. And finally, and this is my own personal agenda here, there's an idea floating around in the universe called the friendly amendment, where if Jim moves something and Jane wishes to amend it, she will ask if Jim minds the amendment, and then if Jim doesn't mind, it's considered like, well, okay, cool, friendly amendment. This is not a thing. This does not exist. I do not want to hear the words friendly and amendment adjacent to one another. Once a matter has been moved and seconded, it belongs to all of the people here voting and present and taking part in the meeting. It does not belong to the mover or the amender or even the seconder, but to all of us. So if an amendment is offered, it is offered to all of us, and then we get to discuss that and vote that up or down and then return to the main motion. Amendments may be amended. Amendments to the amendment may not be amended. There are no third-order amendments. It would get too confusing, even for the Almighty. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Dave. Catch him on Sundays at St. Michael and All Angels. I call upon the center microphone first. And please introduce yourself when you speak.
The Reverend Hunter Ruffin, Church of the Epiphany, Tempe. Madam Chair, I'm just curious about how fundraising might work and not come at the expense of congregational budgets.
That's an excellent question. One that Canon Clyde Coons, the president of the Standing Committee, and I have started to discuss. I think we would be raising money for some of the programming in the diocese that would normally be covered by some fundraising. I'm thinking particularly in our diocese, we seem not to have done a great job at creating relationships with alumni for our campus ministries. So raising money for campus ministry and youth ministry and some things like that seems like the right ask. It would not be sort of probably a general appeal, hey, give more to the diocese, but rather, hey, I think it's really important that we have 3 wonderful campus ministries, and we support those almost completely in our operating budget, but it would be really great if there's some people who also had their lives touched by campus ministry to be able to help support that. I call upon the microphone to my left.
Judy Connolly from Trinity Cathedral. I'd like to ask the treasurer, I did not see item number 5 that relates to the $200,000 that is a rebate to congregations for the mission share. Am I correct in that is the case? There is a $200,000 rebate?
Call upon the treasurer to respond.
Yes, we agree. This budget keeps in place the 1.25% mission share rebate, and based on the mission share revenue that the diocese is going to receive from all of you, we will rebate back to you 1.25% of your assessable income for you to use as outreach.
Thank you. In that case, I'd like to make an amendment to that number 5 mission share, $200,000. If it's permitted, Madam Chair.
An amendment to the mission share formula?
Not the formula, the amount of money. The amount of money that was designated on line or number 5 was $200,000.
So that amount is based on a percentage.
Where's the mission share rebate?
So are you just curious, increasing or decreasing the rebate?
So it would require a canonical amendment to change the mission share formula. I think, is this coming from the same question about how to support a particular ministry in the diocese?
That is correct.
Yeah. So at those of you who were at the budget workshop, or the resolutions workshop, in which we discussed the financial statement of mission, there was a curiosity question if congregations could perhaps rebate or give part of their mission share rebate towards Black ministries in the diocese. I think that would have to be a voluntary choice because to change the formula would require canonical changes. Would you like to speak to how that money might be used?
I can speak to how that money might be used. Should I be asking whether or not congregations would be willing to volunteer to relinquish some of that money? Would that be appropriate?
I think that would be an excellent question.
Okay. Then I would ask congregations to consider at least 10% of that mission share rebate to provide for the staff member on the diocesan staff to represent Black ministries. And am I putting this in an amendment form? Is that it's just a request?
So it's not part of the budget process, but it is noted, and those of you who have all heard this, we can establish a process by which the diocese would reach out to congregations to see if they were able and willing to do this. But unless you're amending the budget, that is what's on the table now. It could be brought up at the time of new business, per the parliamentarian.
It could be brought to, I'm sorry.
At the time of new business in the agenda?
Okay. All right, thank you.
I call upon this microphone.
So I just have a point of order question first, which was not why I got up here.
Name.
James Rodenhauser.
Can you identify?
James Rodenhauser, St. Peter's, Litchfield Park. Can you refresh my memory? In the Diocese of Arizona, is the diocesan assessment formula established by canon or by diocesan convention resolution vote? That's the point of order question I didn't know I was going to ask when I got up here. I'd never heard of it being set by canon before in my mini diocese, so, but this is an unusual
You're
place.
getting us to dig through the canons in public, so we'll do that.
So, would it be appropriate for me to ask my other question while he's looking that up?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair,
Well,
and also the
hold on, we're
parliamentarian,
going to divide. So if you
would
look
an amendment to limit individual comments on any individual issue to 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes be an appropriate amendment to be offered?
It's not an appropriate amendment to the budget, I'm
Okay.
afraid.
All
But
right.
it is duly
Well,
noted.
let me know when. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Canon 5, Section 3, Canon 5 of Diocesan Finance, Section 3, Financial Support of the Diocese. The mission share formula shall be determined each year as part of the financial statement of mission, and the percentage of operating income to be paid by a congregation to the diocese as the congregation's portion of the mission share is determined. The congregation's mission share shall be included in each congregation's budget. Then it goes on to define operating income. The bishop asks if then the mission share is set by the financial statement of mission, and it is my judgment that it is, but I defer to the chancellor. The chancellor agrees.
What does the chancellor agree?
Yes, the mission share formula, if that is to be changed, it would be changed as part of the approval process for the financial statement of mission. Yes, any motion or resolution that changes the proposed financial statement of mission shall require for adoption a 2/3 vote of the clerical members and any motion that changes the proposed financial statement of mission shall require for adoption a 2/3 vote of the clerical members and lay delegates voting by orders. This means that the clergy would vote and the lay would vote separately, and that there would need to be a 2/3 majority in both orders. Separate majorities.
So,
Do you have follow-ups, James?
well, yes. Then the determination annually belongs to this body, but requires a 2/3 motion to change, is what I'm hearing. So I would move that of the 1.25% being rebated, 0.25% be made available to black ministries.
Is there a second to that motion? There is a second. Is there a debate on that motion, that
Madam
amendment?
Chair, I rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we operating on a consent agenda, or, because otherwise there's been no motion to adopt
The budget comes to us recommended by the Standing Committee and doesn't require a motion to put it on the floor.
Thank you.
I recognize the person at the center microphone.
Timothy Dombeck, Advent Episcopal Church, Sun City West. Being that the 1.25 is a rebate, it's not a, I don't understand that it would be a spending function of this body. It's a rebate back to the church to use at its discretion.
So we are currently debating the amendment to the budget of recommending 0.25% of, a 1/4% of mission share income, which would have been rebated to congregations, be dedicated for black ministry. I recognize the person at this microphone over here.
I had a point to a different.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
So my name is Allison Moran from Trinity Cathedral. I wanted to speak to a different issue, so I can wait.
Okay, thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Okay. The motion is to reduce the mission share rebate from 1.25% to 0.25%.
1%.
Sorry, from 1.25% to 1%. And to use those funds then for black ministry. I recognize the microphone on my right.
Ann Ellsworth from Transfiguration Mesa. Is there anyone who can just do a quick calculation of what that amount of money would be, so that we're voting on an amount of money and to see if we think that
I believe that would be about $20,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to drag this out further, but is there a current vision or plan at the diocesan level for how to spend that money, and the plan just needs to be funded, or would this be money that comes before the proposal for ministry?
There is not currently a plan. There has not currently been funding. I'm sure we could come up with a plan if there was funding.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment on the table? Please come to a microphone.
Geislinger, Church of the Epiphany, Tempe. I believe it's about $40,000.
You might be right. I'm trying to find my spreadsheet where I have this calculation worked out.
It's a fifth of the 1.25. And a fifth of $200,000 is 40.
You're right.
Okay. So it's $40,000. All right. Microphone on my right.
Jim Clark, St. Barnabas, Scottsdale. I'd just like to speak in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Is there any other discussion? All right. This requires a 2/3 vote by orders. So we will vote in the clergy order first. All those clergy in favor of the amendment, please raise your green cards. All those opposed to the amendment, please, who are clergy, please raise your red cards. All right, the amendment passes in the clergy. Lay people, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your green cards. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your red cards. That's closer. All right, so are our tellers here? Yeah, so if the tellers can come out for the lay votes. Yeah. So lay delegates who are in favor of the amendment, please stand so you are easier to count. And the tellers, please count. Apologies, so you're right. Then raise your hand and flag down a teller to make sure your vote counts. Thank you. Raise your green card, yeah. Laurel, if we need it, we have the ability to do an online V-poll. Okay, we'll see if we can do it this way, but if not, we'll use V-poll. All right, everyone have a seat, please. Are the tellers ready for the no votes? Okay. All those who oppose the amendment who are among the lay order, please stand so you can be counted. Or if you are unable to stand, raise your red card. The amendment passes. So we are back to an amended financial statement of mission and discussion of that, and I recognize Allison at her microphone, who has waited so patiently.
Hi, Allison Moran from Trinity Cathedral. Just a point of clarification or question. One of the benefits I would have expected from having a semi-virtual / hybrid convention would be a reduction in cost. So I was interested to see that you were anticipating the convention would be more expensive next year. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Susie?
Sure, thank you. So I'm going to give you a little history here. When I first took on the role of treasurer, and Bill Potts was new as the director of finance, we realized that in the budget, well, in our financial statements, we were doing a lot of netting of expenses. So where we would get fees for convention, instead of reporting it as fees in revenue, we would offset the convention expense. So perhaps I didn't explain it very well because I didn't want to get into the whole netting thing, but I'm happy to do it. So when you look at the revenue for fees, for one thing, we expect to report the gross fees, the total fees we received for convention in revenue. So recall that some of the revenue I mentioned for fees was increasing, and that's part of it. Likewise, since we're not netting those fees against the expense is increasing. Now, the overall expense relative to this year's convention will be lower. So we're still doing the netting in 2022, but in 2023 we will not. Does that help? Okay, great, thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion of the financial statement of mission as amended? All right. Then I've moved on. Then I call for an motion to approve the 2023, it's already done. Okay, it's time to vote on acceptance of the 2023 Statement of Mission. So all those in favor of the 2023 Statement of Mission as amended, please raise your green cards. All those opposed, please raise your red cards. The financial statement of mission passes. Yay!
Thank you.
Thank you. Just another note of thanks for Susie Mortensen. When Bill left, Susie basically started working more than full-time for the Diocese of Arizona in an uncompensated way. And she has really continued to do that ever since. So thank you so much for all the hours. I call upon Canon John Kitagawa for a prayer for the souls for the faithful departed. John? And I would invite the convention to stand, both to pray and to stand.
Let us pray. Almighty God, with whom still live the saints of those who die in the Lord, and with whom the souls of all the faithful are in joy and felicity, we give you heartfelt thanks for the good examples of our servants, who, having finished their course in faith, now find rest and refreshment. The Reverend Christopher Ledyard, the Reverend Ralph Taylor, and all others you wish to remember. May we, with all who have died in the true faith of your holy name, have perfect fulfillment and bliss in your eternal and everlasting glory. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
I invite Kelly Wood to come up for the Chapel Rock report. And Canon Jana Sundin and Deanna Fair. Woohoo!
Hello, everyone. Is that too loud? Sorry, back off a little bit. I didn't realize until today that the voice that I use when I read really boring, detailed texts is that of Brother David Hedges. Sorry, buddy. There's history there. All right, good afternoon. I am Kelly Wood, the Executive Director at Chapel Rock. As many of you know, we offer a variety of services. And for an update on those services, please reference, it's in here somewhere, my report to your convention journal. I was told that that exists, but I haven't seen a single convention journal around. Is this just the way to get me to do a year-end report?
All the reports are online, and I think everybody received them. They're the reports by title.
Great, thank you. And if you didn't get a chance to get some fresh Chapel Rock swag in the exhibitors hall, fret not. we are going to have a soft opening a week from today, exclusively for folks here in this room for our online store. And so don't worry. But if you didn't get a cookie, do worry. Come get a cookie. Chef Tom doesn't want those back. So for the remainder of today's presentation, we're going to focus on our summer camp program. And here with me are Reverend Canon Jana Sundin, and you are the summer camp manager, Deanna Fair, with a special guest to tell you more.
Thank you, Kelly. He's actually really charismatic. And tender, exactly. So my name is Deanna Fair. For those of you who I have not had the pleasure of talking to at the Chapel Rock table in the exhibitors hall, I am the summer camp manager. You probably are like, what's a summer camp manager? What does that mean? And I manage summer camp along with a lot of people who not only dedicate their time and their passion and their talents to make it awesome, but also with Gianna, who is our canon for children and youth. And we try to just make it as wholesome and wonderful and super fun as we can for our campers. So speaking of campers, when we think about Chapel Rock, that is probably the first thing that comes to mind is summer camp. And I was talking to a lot of you in the past couple of days. You know, a lot of folks have been there. You share your appreciation for the space and for your time that you've had there. I can tell you that our campers they have enthusiasm 10 times that. It's a very special time for them. And I can attest to that because my own kids went to camp. And it was for that reason that just over 7 years ago, I was a volunteer for summer camp. And it was the campers that motivated me to be there. And it's definitely still the campers. You know, I have been there for a while, and my role has changed dramatically. But what surprised me the most were the other interactions and how whole this ministry really is. And that's what I would like to share with you today. The ministry of summer camp isn't just the campers. It's the staff. It's the people that are there. It's Tom, who made those cookies that everybody just loved today and yesterday. So it's Kelly. It's also a group that is a ministry that is sometimes hard for us to, I would just say that sometimes it's hard for us to really have a good handle on, and that would be our young adults. It was probably my second year at being at Chapel Rock, I was still a volunteer. And in that second year, I noticed how engaged the counselors were. Now, these are individuals who are probably fresh out of high school. I'm sorry. Sure. I have one of those voices, so I can never tell. These individuals they're young adults. They're fresh out of high school, and they are there to work. And I'm telling you, it is a very hard job. I wouldn't do it. For myself. I raised 4 kids. I wouldn't do it. But they do it and they love it. And a lot of them keep coming back. They understand what they're doing. They understand the value of what they're doing there. And that has actually turned into probably my favorite part of summer camp, is the ministry that we have to our young adults as counselors to Chapel Rock. And today we have the great honor of being able to actually hear from one of those counselors. Not only has he been a counselor and a head counselor and a volunteer and someone who's come to save the day when we were short on counselors while he was doing his day job, he is, and you may not know this, but he is one of the 3 counselors that changed my perspective and is one of the main reasons why I stayed and continued in this position today. So with that, I would like to introduce to you to Will Brinkerhoff.
So
Hi, everybody. My name is Will Brinkerhoff. I had the privilege of being a counselor at Chapel Rock for the first time in 2015, right after my freshman year of college. And at that time, I was very lost. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I was taking gen ed classes at U of A and not doing super well in them. And I had that summer at Chapel Rock and just had an amazing experience. I felt myself get more confident and just learn more about myself, and I had such a great time. And when I returned from summer, I was ready to get back into things, but I still struggled. I still felt lost, and by the end of that following school year, I was informed by the U of A that I had been on academic probation for too long and wouldn't be permitted to return in the fall. So I have all these thoughts racing through my head, like, what am I going to do? What am I going to tell my parents? And since I was already leaving for camp in a couple days anyway, I decided to not tell my parents. We'll figure it out at camp and see where to go. And I was met with camp. Sometimes I felt a sense of shame about it, but I felt so confident in being able to share my story and share what was happening in my life with the staff, with the counselors, and get that support. And definitely after that summer, I still had some growing to do, some learning to do, but would eventually find my path and continue to go back to Chapel Rock every summer. And I now continue to help out with the youth group at Grace St. Paul's. And my day job, I am a case manager at a crisis transitional housing shelter for LGBTQ youth. And I don't think that I would be the person that I am today doing the work that I'm doing if it wasn't for these three amazing people behind me and the rest of the team at Chapel Rock. So I thank you all for that, and thank you for hearing me today.
I'm trying to think of something I can say that will make you give me a standing ovation, but it's not coming. So I will just tell you there are three things that I want you to take from what we've just said and a little slideshow that you're going to see in a minute. Three things. One, Chapel Rock merch is available online coming soon. Two, you should all have received now save the date cards because we have summer camp, but also a whole bunch of other really wonderful things that the diocese offers at Chapel Rock. And three, as we've heard from Will and from Deanna, and as those of us who work at camp have seen over years and years, Chapel Rock changes lives. The lives of campers. Will was a camper before he was a counselor. The lives of counselors and the lives of the people that those counselors go on to interact with and serve. So that will all be driven home a little bit more in some picture evidence that you'll see on the screen. And we ask that you support Chapel Rock by sending all the young people you know and by supporting it financially. Thank you.
you to the entire Chapel Rock team. I now call upon Dean Troy Mendez to give the report on General Convention.
Reverend Chair. Okay, so yesterday we were doing haikus, and because I thought we would start by talking about our approach to starting General Convention, I wrote a haiku yesterday. Convention called in July. Baltimore, we're here. What will God have us do now? Good afternoon, I'm Troy Mendez, and I served as the head of the deputation from the Diocese of Arizona at the 80th General Convention. Our diocese sent outstanding individuals to General Convention together with our bishop. We sent the Reverend Canon John Kitagawa, the Reverend Robin Hollis, the Reverend David Hedges, and the Reverend Kelly Joyce, and myself, as well as Canon Judith Conley, Dr. Don Conley, Dan Packard, Cody Bro, and Canon Clyde Kuntz. Together, we made up the Arizona deputation for the House of Deputies. This General Convention was unlike anything else we've ever conducted in the history of the Episcopal Church. And do you know why? Because the Diocese of Arizona got the highest score and won the General Convention's Church Trivia Contest. Seriously though, General Convention meets every 3 years, but this year, the convention met 4 years after the last convention because of COVID. Also, we normally meet about 10 days of convention time, but this last convention was shrunk to 4 days. Some days we were in legislative meeting sessions for 12 hours a day. It was a scaled back, lean, mean, and focused machine to get everything accomplished that needed to be done. All of our pre-work, normally at convention you do your pre-work by reading, you talk to your group, but this time all of our pre-work for convention was done on Zoom, even with our legislative committees. And 5 of us from Arizona served on different legislative committees. And some of these committees met for months before convention. We had deputies on 5 committees, and other deputies that were there with us helped us observe the actions of other legislative committees, and they would dial in and they would inform us about what was going on in those committees as well, so that we would be the most informed body possible. Now, during the legislative sessions while we were at convention, we discussed a multitude of topics. And we also heard testimonials, very moving testimonials from people who had suffered from being part of indigenous schools in the past. We also talked all about, we met the representatives from the church in Alabama who had had a school shooting, who had had a church shooting right before the convention had begun. It really set the tone to help us realize that what we were doing was truly holy work. And some of the most holy work that we did at the convention was when we examined the presiding officer's working group on truth-telling, reconciliation, and healing, which, according to Deputy Canon John Kitagawa, this work of the church will require the entire church to tell the truth about our past. This was the culmination of years of planning, and it served as a way to launch a whole new host of programs and conversations focused on racial reconciliation and healing. And our church will be better for us undertaking and doing this work together. We also discussed at a number of lengths these conceptual changes about the Episcopal Church moving forward with our prayer life. That is, how we approach revising and or refreshing the Book of Common Prayer. Now, for Episcopalians, I know many of you are like, do not touch my prayer book. Okay? here's the good news. For those of you who hold fast to the beauty of the language of the Book of Common Prayer, the good news for you is that what we currently have, what currently exists, will continue to be preserved. For those of you, though, who are seeking new ways to pray, for example, or new innovations in our prayer life, the good news for you is that the Standing Commission on Music and Liturgy has an intent to offer you abundant new perspectives and resources to draw us closer to the very heart of God in our prayers. The convention took on this very conciliatory tone about our prayer life together, and our tradition worked very well of keeping the via media, the middle way, going. And our takeaway with regards to prayer book revision is to not be afraid, because God is very much with us in this process. Now, there were also multiple elections that took place at General Convention, especially the elections of new members of the Executive Council of the Episcopal Church, but more importantly, your deputation from Arizona were also able to participate in the election of two outstanding women, our new President and Vice President of the House of Deputies, Julia Ayala Harris and Rachel Tabor Hamilton. The 80th General Convention of the Episcopal Church concluded on July the 11th, and the church is now very busy at work incorporating all the actions of General Convention into the ministry of the church over the next 2 years before we meet again in Louisville in 2024. Our deputies served our diocese very well. We should all be proud. Can we all show our appreciation to them? And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Troy. We do have the President of the House of Deputies with us, Julia Ayala Harris. And Madam President, I would invite you to come and address our convention.
Hello, Diocese of Arizona. I'm short, so I'm going to try to bring this down. I put on heels today, though. First, I want to thank Bishop Jennifer for the invitation and hospitality to be here today, and that you've extended to me to be a part of this without doing more than I had the energy for at the moment. It was extremely gracious. I've been quite busy, and so it made the yes more sweeter. And Bishop Jennifer and I have worked on various committees in different pockets of the church over the years, so I consider her a great friend, and I'm happy to be here. And I'm also happy to be sharing some time with other friends that I have worked on in other committees throughout the church, and to be all together, it reminds me of how strong the Diocese of Arizona really is in its leadership. You all have a great gift in your leaders here. First, I want to start off congratulating the deputies who have just been elected to the 81st General Convention in Kentucky. It's very exciting to me. I'm very thrilled about the appointments I can make to legislative committees, knowing who's already been elected. And I look forward to working together in what I believe is the most fun ministry in the church, that of governance. I do have a note, if silent,
she's weird.
Try to explain to them why governance is fun in my notes. Some of you may know that I hail from the Diocese of Oklahoma. And so I want to thank you for the temporary gift of Susan Brown Snook and the permanent gift of Polson Reed as our bishop in the Diocese of Oklahoma. In the past 2 days that I've been with you all, I am blown away by the Diocese of Arizona's dynamic ministries. You all have the border ministries, indigenous, veterans, South Sudanese, Latino ministries, and like my home diocese, you all have a complex political environment that is sometimes lost in our church because we are so focused on the East and West Coast issues. And so I feel a connection to what you all experience as Episcopalians here in the center of the country. And in addition to that, you all have the rural communities and rural congregations, and you're trying to negotiate where that fits in the future church. So I really believe that you all are living into the hard work of what it means to be Episcopalian as we move into our future. What I see here, to go on Bishop Riddle's opening remarks today, were they opening remarks? I want to make sure I get it right. The bishop's address, that's right. I knew it had a fancier sort of nomenclature. That what you are doing here right now is building the seeds of those trees that will be cultivated to have that beautiful arch that will be our future church. And you're doing that right now. Because it's clear to me that what you're doing is investing in these diverse communities right now and in leaders that have a background from traditionally marginalized communities. And at the same time, you are reckoning with your individual and collective privilege and history with racism and institutional oppression. And so in doing this work, Diocese of Arizona, I have 2 asks of you. First, I think like you, I am inspired by Reverend Shaniqua's presentation yesterday. And I hope that that as you go about doing the work of racial reconciliation, you will stop, maybe annually, once a year or so, to intentionally fill out that, I have it with me, I almost forgot, the Power Flower grid. Because I think that as you go about doing this work of racial reconciliation, over time, you will see that your own perception of your own personal privilege changes as you have more experiences doing reconciliation. And so I ask you to consider doing that. The second ask that I have of you, I speak from personal experience right now. As a president that is a president of many firsts, I am the first Latina, the first woman of color, and the youngest president of the House of Deputies. And so I ask you that as you raise up leaders from traditionally marginalized communities, that you support and encourage and love on them in their leadership. Because you cannot just rely on your super fantastic Bishop Jennifer and her diocesan staff. They need all of you to help support them in this ministry. And now, a genuine word of gratitude to you all in the Diocese of Arizona. And Bishop Jennifer, I want you to hear this. In the short time that I've been with you all, which I believe is roughly 24 hours, I thought I was just coming for a visit. I thought I was coming to bear witness and to observe. And what I found is that I have been spiritually encouraged, enlivened, and fulfilled. I leave here renewed and spiritually fed. Bishop Jennifer, the people of this diocese have been a gift to me at a time when I very much needed it. And I look forward to them being a gift to the whole church as you all go about planting those seeds that will become the curved trees of our future church. Thank you.
Bishop Gomez of the Diocese of Western Mexico was going to be here, but as I noted earlier, he was unable to proceed through the border. However, I believe he has sent us a video, which we are able to play with his greetings.
Hola, muy buenos días. Soy el obispo Ricardo Gómez Usnaya de la Diócesis del Occidente de México y el deseo de nosotros era estar precisamente en la convención diocesana de ustedes aquí en Arizona. El problema, estamos aquí en la entrada de los Estados Unidos. El problema es que traigo mi pasaporte y en mi pasaporte traía mi visa. Hace unos meses estuve en San José, Costa Rica, y es probable que en San José, Costa Rica me hayan quitado la visa a alguno de los trabajadores del hotel en donde estuve. De tal manera que apenas ahorita me estoy dando cuenta que no tengo la visa y no pude entrar, pero mi deseo, estamos aquí en la entrada y mi deseo era precisamente estar con todos ustedes. De tal manera que de cualquier forma quiero enviarles un fuerte saludo, un abrazo, mis mejores deseos de que esta convención diocesana en este año 2022 trace para la Diócesis de Arizona un futuro promisorio en compañía del liderazgo de su obispa Jennifer Riddle, y seguiremos en contacto a través del acompañamiento pastoral que tenemos y del compañerismo que tenemos como diócesis. Muchas bendiciones para todos ustedes, éxito en este sínodo diocesano, y estaremos viéndonos próximamente. Un abrazo para todos. Gracias.
Translators able to give a very brief summary, or should I do that? Yeah? Come on up. No, they don't.
The bishop sends his greetings from the border. He was now able to come into the United States because recently he traveled to Costa Rica, and he believes that maybe it got stolen or misplaced or lost somewhere in San Jose, Costa Rica. And best wishes to everyone at the convention, and a hug to every person here, and that the future is rosy for everyone.
We are now going to catch up on clergy introductions. It is the custom to greet new clergy when they are at their first diocesan convention, which we haven't done for the last few years in person. So, when I call your name, please stand, and please do not applaud individuals, but wait till everyone is up. Clergy who are either newly ordained or became canonically resident in 2020, the Reverend Amy Bryan, the Reverend Susan Erickson, the Reverend Cheryl Fox, the Reverend Warren Leibovich, the Reverend Perry Pauley, the Reverend Jana Sundin, the Reverend Tim True, the Reverend Tim Yanni. In 2021, the Reverend Dan Berner, the Reverend Lori Finn, the Reverend Dale Gallup, the Reverend Jean Hawkins, the Reverend Sam Desorgi-Leish, the Reverend Aaron Oney, the Reverend Sean Rutledge. In 2022, the Reverend Donald Beber, the Reverend Henry Capdeville, the Reverend Guillermo Castillo, the Reverend Kay Chassie, the Reverend Dottie Gutwine, the Reverend Paul Impey, the Reverend Tom Hawkins, the Reverend Sally Niles, the Reverend Edwin Rodriguez, the Reverend Omar Rodriguez de la O, the Reverend Jennifer Tucker. Clergy who were licensed to serve in 2020, the Reverend Joanna Sartorius and the Reverend Nancy Smith. In 2021, the Reverend Bonnie Kane, the Reverend Gary Sear, and the Reverend Larry Weeks. In 2022, the Reverend Ferdinand Alvarez, the Reverend Joanne Leach, the Reverend Charles McNabb, the Reverend Kathleen Murray, the Reverend Bev Rader, and the Reverend David Sheets. Have I forgotten anyone? The Reverend Craig Smith, yes, stand up. Thank you all, welcome. Clergy retirements in the past year have been the Reverend Enrique Cadena, the Reverend Paula Datsko, and the Reverend Claire Yarborough. Congratulations on your ministry. We have a number of postulants in the diocese. Postulants to the priesthood are Vincent Carancini, Sam Christopher, Daniel Collier, Brad Eubanks, Carter Johnson, James Newman, Karsten Michael Seiler, Alexander Swain, and Lucian Barry Taylor. Postulants to the diaconate are David Powell, Michael Smithson, Mary Brooks, and Sherry Simon. And our transitional deacons are Donald Beber, Paul Impey, and Omar Rodriguez. Have I forgotten any postulants? And Fran Coleman is a deacon postulant. You're right, thank you. And she's here, too. Grr. I forgot that whole class. I now call for the presentation of resolutions and call on the Reverend Ben Guerin to come up.
All of these resolutions should have been sent to you well in advance of our meeting today. The first resolution I bring to the floor is 2022-01 Prayers for God's Creation, presented by the Creation Care Council. This is a request for further prayers in our liturgies for creation. And Steve Kaplinger is at the floor to second and speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Ben. Right Reverend Madam Steve Keplinger, Grace St. Paul's, and on the Care of Creation Committee. This is a really simple resolution. All we are doing is strongly encouraging all the churches of this diocese to pray for God's creation every Sunday in one form or another. You could do that through prayers of the people. You could do that through confessions. You could do that through some beautiful collects that we're giving you in this resolution. You could do it in a Eucharistic prayer. Any way that you see fit to do that, that's what this resolution calls for. We have put in this resolution multiple sources for you to use to get these prayers, or you can write your own, of course. And those sources have all been approved by the bishop. There's a theological justification there, and I am not going to go through that with you because all of you have heard this all weekend at this convention, and you all know how important this is right now in our life. So that's it. Thank you.
Steve, do you move the resolution?
I do.
Thank you. Is there a second? For conversation and debate, I recognize the microphone to my right.
I didn't want to speak for or against this resolution, and I loved how succinct he was. I wanted my motion to amend the speaking length to 3 minutes because we did so many other good things today already for each speaker.
Well, that's not what's on the floor right now, so,
Okay, so
sorry.
But so when would that be appropriate to offer? Because I'd asked earlier, and then we went right into the first resolution before I had a chance. So if I do it after they're all done,
Why
it'll be
don't we
irrelevant.
do it after this resolution?
That
I
sounds
will
great.
recognize you. Sorry. Other comments, questions on this resolution before the convention? I hear the question has been called. All those in favor of the resolution, please vote by showing your green cards. Those opposed by your red cards. All right, the resolution passes. All right, James.
So I
Is there
just
something
moved,
you want to say?
I moved that we limit individual remarks to no more than 3 minutes on the remaining resolutions.
Is there a second? Is there any debate?
If the mover would return to the microphone. Are you moving a suspension of the rules for this convention, or are you moving a permanent change to the rules of order for future conventions?
Well, I don't want to suspend all the rules. I just want to change the one rule, and I would be happy for it to be in perpetuity if that pleased the body.
All right, so
as you saw from our first speaker, a 1 minute address is
permanently
really
changing the rules of order of the convention.
Okay, well, that might sound like a friendly amendment.
Well,
so.
You know, you're making me be the chair of a meeting in front of the president of the House of Deputies, where I'm never quite sure exactly what, curveball's coming.
I defer to the judgment of the chair in any case.
It is the parliamentarian's understanding that at the time the motion was made, it was about this convention only, so we will proceed with that.
So, for this convention only, there was a move. Was there a second? Is there any more discussion of the change of the rules of order? All right, all those in favor of the proposed change of the rules of order, thank you. Is there anyone opposed? Duly noted, sir and ma'am. And now we will move on. Please go. Please, Ben, please.
Resolution 2022-02 is protections for LGBTQIA+ couples. In brief, what this resolution seeks to do is ensure, in case for some reason the legal recognition of LGBTQIA couples' marriages gets removed or rescinded by whatever action of our federal or state government, that there are basic protections in place on the record for our clergy and laity who are employed in the midst of their work here in the Episcopal Diocese of Arizona. I believe that Deb Tickle is going to speak to this motion and move it to the floor.
The chair recognizes Deb Tickle.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Bishop. I am Deb Tickle from Emmaus Church Plant in Surprise, and I so move this resolution. This actually began as a personal conversation that happened between my wife and I as we drove across country this summer. And as we did so and followed bumper sticker after bumper sticker and sign after sign down the highway, two things became clear. First, that there is a general assumption around that the civil legislation protecting our marriage is in peril. And further, as we talk to colleagues, both lay and ordained across many dioceses, we also realized that if civil protection should fall, protections even within our church would be in jeopardy, and that Title IV canons governing clergy discipline can be read in such a way that if marriage equality were to fall, clergy who are currently legally married, many of whose unions have been solemnized and blessed and celebrated in our church, could be subject to Title IV proceedings, simply because the couple continued to cohabitate together. So I am a lay leader. I'm married to a same-gender priest. And as I drove those long miles late into the night on our way home, I couldn't help but worry that in the event this happened, my beloved wife could be sanctioned simply because I exist. My very presence and love for her could be used to harm her. So I stand before you today with the support of 21 other delegates to ask that this convention affirm the theological and pastoral statements of General Convention Resolutions 2018 A086, which was to authorize marriage rights and added provisions for same-sex couples, and D029, affirming non-binary access and leadership. Because we recognize that our Anglican Communion, our Episcopal Church, and even our own diocese is not of one mind. We recognize that Bishop Redall has made very clear that while she is our bishop, my fears and the fears of our LGBTQIA+ siblings will not be realized. But we also realize that she will not be our bishop forever. So an affirmative vote today on this resolution will grant a peace of mind, a sense of security to our LGBTQIA+ clergy and lay leaders and their families. And it will reaffirm Bishop Redall's own statement today in her opening address that trauma is not alone and is not unrecognized. And that such a passage of a resolution like this will serve as an example of love and inclusion into the future and across our whole denomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Is there a second? Okay. A discussion. Center mic.
Harry Way from St. John the Baptist Episcopal Church. In 2018, the Episcopal Church planted the seeds that will grow beams into the future. As our bishop reminded us, those seeds and those trees need to be continually cultivated and grown, lest we lose any of the future that is now ours. This resolution does exactly that same thing. It guarantees that our trees that we planted will continue. Thank you.
The microphone to my left.
I'm tall, I'm trying to fix this. There we go. So I speak as one of those trees planted in this diocese. When I was baptized, the congregation was asked if they would support me in my life in Christ. And on behalf of all of the church, they said that they would. But 2 years later, when I realized that I was lesbian, I was told that that was a sin, and that if I came out, ordaining me would be a divisive action within the church that had promised to support me. And later in my 20s, I realized that if I fell in love and asked my beloved priest mentor to bless my relationship, she would refuse, because the then bishop of that diocese had forbidden clergy to bless same-sex unions. In other words, the church visibly and vocally did not keep the commitment it made to me at my baptism. Now, a lot has changed between now and then. I am happily married to my soulmate, and by the time I found her, same-gender marriage was legal, and my beloved mentor was able to celebrate our marriage, after all, at the church that Deb and I planted together. And when we were married, the congregation was asked if they would uphold these two persons in their marriage. And on behalf of the church, they said that they would. And now my church has the opportunity to do just that in a very concrete and practical way. If this resolution passes, I can know that no matter what might happen to my marriage legally, the church will continue to recognize and uphold the commitment that it made to me in the sacramental rite of marriage. See, the loving thing to do is to act to protect the vulnerable and marginalized we have committed to support before they can be harmed. And we wouldn't need to work through so much historical trauma to be reconciled to one another in Christ if we as the institutional church were to commit to standing with our vulnerable brothers and sisters in Christ before the harm occurred. So if we pass this resolution, now I'm thinking about the 14-year-old LGBTQIA person who is watching us right now, as I was watching my church leaders when I was 14. And unlike my 14-year-old self, that person will be able to know that whatever happens outside the church, they are welcome and supported and safe in the body of Christ.
Thank you, Emily. Is there anyone rising to oppose the resolution? Because we've had 3 people speaking in favor of it. Then I would recommend that we move to a vote.
I have a point of order that one more point may be heard simply because of the conversations we've had surrounding story, and stories are important. I would like to share.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Thank you. Father Yanni, I am with St. John the Baptist in Glendale, and I am here to speak in support of this resolution for exactly that reason, for the sharing of story. So this is a resolution that does not affect me personally, and so I've had to do a lot of listening to my colleagues for whom it may actually affect, and it really is an act of love. As far as I can tell, this is an act of love to support this resolution. As Christians, our baptismal covenant says that we want to support and uphold the dignity of every human person. This is a small way that we can do that. When we are called to love, we are also called to act. And by voting to support this resolution, there is a way that we can do a small action that will go a long way to show our love and support for our colleagues in ministry. Thank you.
All right. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your green cards. Those opposed, please raise your red cards. The motion passes. The resolution passes.
Our next resolution to consider is 2022-03, creation of a committee for LGBTQIA+ inclusion and ministry. It is submitted by the Emmaus Church Plant in Surprise. In brief, this resolution would create a standing committee on LGBTQIA+ inclusion and ministry with a focus specifically around the increasing amount of political legislation and activity against the LGBTQIA+ community and to also provide further support. This is submitted again by Emmaus Church Plant. And Deb Tickle, I call on you to speak to this resolution and move it to the floor.
Hello again. I'm Deb Tickle.
So recognized. Sorry.
Thank you.
Turned my microphone off.
Thank you, Bishop. This one actually started because twice in the past year, I heard Bishop Reddall ask for a coordinated presence around LGBT issues in our diocese. The first time following the Pride Parade in Phoenix in 2021, and later in the context of addressing recent anti-trans legislation. Both times I approached and said I'd love to help with that, and after the second time, I think the words spoken were, "It's yours, go." So with that, a small task force started meeting. And at our first meeting, we basically sat there and said, we're not sure why we're here. So we've spent the better part of the past 7 or 8 months trying to figure out exactly that. What are we here and why are we here and where do we want to go? It was a group that consisted primarily of members of the LGBTQIA community, representing a wide variety of sexual orientations, gender identities, also of allies, some motivated by love of their own children, extended family members and friends, and some, like we've just heard, without any such deep personal commitment. Together, what we recognized is a diversity not only in the members of our community, but the needs of those members, and then the willingness and ability to serve those needs. And far from simply coordinating a presence at the Pride Parade, we realized a need for broader work, and that's what we've come together today with this resolution to present. So I so move this resolution. And in the explanation, you'll find that we tried to center the task before the committee around the covenant, our baptismal covenant and the vows thereof, and add an element of work to that. And I won't read that to you, but it is printed on the resolution. So the committee wants to work in 6 different areas to affirm and include more and more members of the LGBTQIA community. And with that, we ask for your vote to help create this community and help, or this committee rather, and help the LGBTQIA community in Arizona in a way that mirrors what our diocese currently offers to other historically marginalized groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All right. Speaking to the resolution, I recognize the microphone on my left.
Ben Rodenbeck, Trinity Kingman. I'm the parent of the 14-year-old LGBTQ kid that Emily was talking about. And I can tell you from experience, my daughter is underserved by the church, as are other LGBTQIA people in the church. This resolution would set up ways for us to discover ministry, to discover the best ways to reach out to underserved people, and a best way to support and strengthen them in their walk with themselves and their walk with Christ. So I speak in favor of this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for or against the resolution? And all those in favor of the resolution, please raise your green cards. Those opposed, please raise your red cards. The resolution passes. Woo.
Our next resolution to consider is 2022-04, telling the truth about the Episcopal Church's history with Indigenous boarding schools. This resolution is a response to the same titled resolution from our most recent General Convention of the Episcopal Church, and it is an expectation of things that will be coming out of our church-wide governance for dioceses to participate in, so we can go through proper reflection and begin processes and paths to reconciliation regarding our church's historic participation within Indigenous boarding school programs. Importantly, in the midst of this is when it comes to the overall nature of Indigenous boarding schools within the United States of America, Arizona hosted the second highest number of those of any state. This is from the Council for Native American Ministry, the Diocese of Arizona, and Beth Hatcher from that council is to speak to the motion and move it to the floor.
Recognize the microphone on my right. Thank you, Madam. I'm Beth Hatcher, and I'm deeply humbled to present this resolution on behalf of the Council for Native American Ministries.
Please speak up.
Okay. Hear the familiar words of Jesus. What you did to the least of these brothers and sisters, you did to me. Native American boarding schools were intentionally established to remove children from their homes and to house the children in schools many miles from their homes for the purpose of assimilation and the destruction of their culture by breaking the children down physically, emotionally, and spiritually. The schools intentionally sought to civilize the children, replacing their native customs and traditions with European-based customs and traditions. And the church has played a role in this, intentionally or unintentionally. As the world has now seen, some of these precious children never returned home. For the students who did, they were and are forever changed. Their personal, spiritual, and cultural worth was taken from them. This forced government-sanctioned separation, assisted by various Christian denominations, damaged families, communities, and tribal culture. Repercussions which have had a lasting effect on the survivors and their offspring even today. So what does this have to do with the Episcopal Diocese of Arizona? As the hands and feet of Christ, everything. What you did to the least of these brothers and sisters, you did to me. This is not to imply that you and I did anything in the past. Education was used as a weapon, and we, the diocese, have the opportunity and obligation to use education as a tool for healing and building relationships. That's what we can do for the least of these. The Native American Council invites you to join with us as we seek the truth and provide pastoral support. As we uncover the truth, the diocese will need to acknowledge, accept, apologize, and seek action, which hopefully will assist with the healing process of our brothers and sisters. Only through uncovering the truth, through the stories, can the much desired and needed healing begin. Our Native American brothers and sisters wish to heal, and we as a diocese can walk beside them as we listen, pursue truth, and seek justice. To quote Reverend Monica Whitaker from St. Andrews, Sedona, quote, "Now is the time. It's hard work. It's holy work," unquote. And the Canon of Native American Ministries, Debbie Royals, quote, "We're giving voice to something that's been in the shadows," unquote. And Bishop Redall, "It is Christ who ultimately provides the healing and grace that makes reconciliation possible. We cannot do this on our own, but we are active participants, not passive bystanders. We can work to dismantle the obstacles to restoring right relationships with one another and God, or we can end up contributing to obstacles. Brothers and sisters, on behalf of the Council of Native American Ministries and the victims of the boarding schools, we ask you to pass 2022-04, telling the truth about the Episcopal Church's history with Indigenous boarding schools. Thank you. And I move Resolution 2022-04.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. Are there those who, I recognize the microphone to my left.
John Kitagawa. As the co-chair of the working group that originated Resolution A128 on telling the truth about boarding schools and Indigenous peoples in the Episcopal Church, as the chair of Legislative Committee Number 9 that brought it to the General Convention floor at House of Deputies, I want to heartily endorse this resolution and also say that this is exactly the kind of thing we hoped would happen. General Convention resolutions by themselves are great, but unless they take on a life of their own within the life of the church, within the diocese, they don't mean a lot. So I think you are going to put, I hope you are going to put flesh on the bones. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone on my left again.
My name is Michelle Weaver from St. John's Baptist in Glendale. My daughter is a nurse in Chinle at the Navajo Nation, and she deals in the intensive care unit. She has personally dealt with the fear, the anger, the mistrust from the elderly that were actually in some of these homes. And I just want everybody to think, how would you feel if your child or if you had been taken away and never thought maybe that you'd go home again, or maybe you never did go home again? So I ask that we pass this resolution. It's very important to let the indigenous people around here to know that we support them and that we want to give them love and care and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else rising to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution, please raise your green cards. All those opposed, please raise your red cards. The resolution passes.
A final submitted resolution is Resolution 2022-05, Vocational Deacons Compensation. This is brought to us by the Deacons Council of the Diocese of Arizona. In brief, what this request is that all of our deacons become minimally stipend for the sake of access to the church pensions group's base level of long-term resources, including those into retirement. To speak to this resolution, Amy Bryan is not available. Sorry, the Dr. Robin Hollis, if she could please come forward to speak to this resolution and to move it to the floor.
Chair recognizes Robin Hollis at the microphone to my right.
Thank you. Deacon Robin Hollis, Director of the Deacon Formation Academy and a member of the Deacons Council. Speaking on behalf of the Deacons Council, we have spent a lot of time researching this particular item. It's something that our church-wide deacon community has been looking into as part of the way to also remove barriers to discerning a call to the diaconate, especially for those who are in a vocation where they may not have access to things like an emergency aid plan, financial planning, wellness, and other types of workshops. This particular issue on compensation was also on the floor of our General Convention. It was Resolution C047. It was concurred by the House of Deputies and the House of Bishops, but it was also referred back to an interim body so that in a case of a couple of the states, they need to look again at some of the minimum wage laws and any impact there. We are looking at this as more of a stipend. It is not a way of compensating the work we do as deacons. We do it with our heart and our soul and our love for what we do and for those that are marginalized in our communities. We ask that you prayerfully consider moving this forward. And just a gentle reminder that in February this year, our bishop was kind enough to also send a letter to church leadership encouraging this particular practice so that our deacons could take advantage. Group rates, for instance, of some of the medical coverage, if you get into a retirement situation, there's nothing that's being supplemented. The deacon would pay for it themselves, but now they can get it at the group rate. Also the ability, as I said, to get any kind of special financial counseling, emotional counseling, and participate in Credo and a number of the other workshops that the church pension group has been doing. They have also changed their ways of working and their policies to include deacons, and it's still a little bit of a rough road, as Susie Mortensen and Liz can attest to as we get through the actual process to make this happen. But we are working on that, and again, there are a number of congregations who have already embraced that, and we ask that you move forward with this resolution. Thank you.
Do you move it, Robin?
Oh, I move the resolution.
Awesome.
Please, please.
Is there a second? All right. Microphone on the left.
Yes, hi, Troy Mendez, Trinity Cathedral. I just wanted to recognize the invaluable work of the deacons of this diocese. And I want to move passage of this resolution for the I want to support passage of this resolution for the standpoint of this is very much a step in the right direction on how we are able to support our deacons in one additional way. And so I move that this resolution passes.
Microphone on my right.
Deacon Leah Sanwell Weiss from St. Philip's in the Hills. This has been long-term. It's not a concern for me, but we have a lot of younger people who are looking at becoming deacons, and they're going to need some way of investing in their future so that when they retire, they will have some kind of pension benefits. And this is one way to do that. The church pension fund supports this. They've made the change. For me, I might have some minimal benefits from counseling and credo and things like that I might be able to attend. But our archdeacon is 40 years old and just had a baby. So we do have young people coming in to the diaconate, and this is important for them as well as for those of us who are slightly older. And so I urge your support of this resolution.
Thank you. Microphone on my left.
Joe Fitzgerald, Grace St. Paul's. I'm a hospital chaplain, so this may be a moot point from a parochial perspective, and this is not a friendly amendment, but just a suggestion that parishes also compensate deacons when they preach for the preparation that they put into their preaching.
That is a recommendation, but not an amendment to the resolution, correct? Joe? Okay, thank you. Robert.
Right Reverend Mother Chair. I want to rise to speak in favor of this. We have 5 deacons at St. Philip's in the Hills. They are an enormous gift to the parish. They have been part of securing our past. They're part of enriching our present, and I think we should make this small gesture toward ensuring their future. And someone had said to me, well, this is sort of changes the nature of the diaconate. It's supposed to be about volunteer ministry. It doesn't change the nature of the diaconate. It says nothing about the nature of the diaconate. It says something about the nature of our communities. Are we willing to step up and support those who we call into ministry and help secure their future when they put so much into our present? So I speak in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I call those in favor of this resolution, please raise your green cards. Those opposed, please raise your red cards. Wonderful. The resolution passes. Thank you, Ben. I call for any resolutions from the floor which would require a 2/3 vote to consider by the convention. Seeing none, is there any new business? Center microphone, please.
Thank you, Right Reverend Chair. I rise to call to the convention's attention something our treasurer pointed out when she said that they have noticed a dwindling trend in our mission share revenue for our diocese, which raised the question for me, how are we as a diocese putting money behind developing congregations and supporting growth strategies at the local level? And so I ask this convention if there is not some way for us to redirect funds, not only to support church planting, but also to support congregational development in the congregations we have today. Thank you.
Are you asking for a change? Well, it's too late to change the financial statement of mission.
No, I'm asking for future consideration.
For future
maybe
consideration,
this to
perhaps
be-
in reserved funds?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other new business? Then I call upon Tony Murdoch to come and give our final housekeeping announcements.
First, I want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who attended. Sorry, it's been a long weekend and I'm pregnant. I'm getting emotional now. It's been a great weekend. All my volunteers, all the participants, everyone, just thank you for being here. There are a few road closures for those who will be traveling north. So if you do travel north to Phoenix, and a lot of us are just heading up north, please check the ADOT website, the Arizona Department of Transportation website, because there may be closures that may delay you. Use Google Maps, may redirect you a little bit. They will have the most up-to-date information. Evaluation forms will be sent by email. So we have everybody's email, and if you did not pre-register and you do not receive the email, email me, tony@azdiocese.org. You will get it. And this is very important because this will help me with my future convention planning and my team and everything. This was my first one, kind of leading some of the reins, and it has been a true blessing to do so. Please return all of your lanyards and name tags to the boxes that will be located in the ballroom foyer. We would like to reuse those. We will sanitize those and everything after this year due to all the COVID and everything, but luckily nobody has been reported sick, so I call that a very successful knocking on wood moment. So thank you all for being safe and taking care of each other. There are a few things in Lost and Found. Come see me at the registration desk if you still are missing a few items that may have floated away from you. And then I think my last announcement is for the standing committee, those who are currently, the old and new standing committee members. Please meet in the smaller Agave room. That is where we had the chapel. We will have a meeting immediately after this. So again, go out the ballroom, head right over here to my left, and you'll be able to have a short meeting. Right, Clyde? Yep, okay. Am I missing anything? Okay, again. A raffle, yes.
No, I've got that on my list.
Okay,
Don't
never
worry.
mind. So Bishop's going to do that first. So,
thank you.
Oh, you take the fun stuff. It's okay. But thank you again. It has been an absolute blessing, and I look forward to seeing you all next year at St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Tony. So I call for reports by title. Each congregation received notification of the reports being available online prior to the start of convention. You have to accept those, so please indicate your acceptance of the reports by title by raising your green card. Good enough. I am announcing that the collection this morning, the offering this morning for the Veterans and Military Ministry received $2,435 in cash and checks. But wait, and we don't know what was given on Faith Street, and we will find that out on Monday and announce it when we have the whole amount. Now, I would ask Kim Kraka to come forward for the prison ministry draw raffle-y thing. It's kind of what I figured. What am I drawing?
Okay, so this is for the original artwork by Marianne Chisholm, a released individual from the Perryville prison who lives here in Tucson, actually. And several of you contributed, so we're going to see who wins.
It's a fix. Kelly Wood. Congratulations, Kelly. You get art if you're still here. Thank you, Kim. And thank you to the prison ministry in general for all of your ministry. Finally, I would like to just express my thanks to everyone who helped out with this convention. All the registrars and the tellers, all those who helped with the Eucharist, especially the Reverend Sam DeSorgi and the Reverend Devin Gillespie, who were sort of the key team putting it together. Thank you to Isaiah Shaniqua Brokenleg for your incredible keynote yesterday and your wisdom and music with us today. Thank you to Justin Apple and the Imago Dei singers for the music this morning. And then thank you to the diocesan staff and the cathedral staff, many of whom are here as well. Can we just really say thank you to Tony? Wait, she's not even in the room. Come on. Come on, Tony. Is there a motion to adjourn? We're not voting on that. We're done. But I will give you my blessing. Life is short, and we do not have much time to gladden the hearts of those with whom we walk this earthly pilgrimage. So be swift to love, and make haste to be kind, and may the blessing of the God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be upon you today and remain with you always. Amen. Go in peace to love and serve the Lord.